All right, good morning. Be seated, everyone. I hope everyone had a good evening. Mr. Blankus, you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Call your next witness, please.
Defense calls Lisa Campo.
All right, Lisa Campo, please, officer.
Lisa Campo? Please walk this down. We're gonna step up to the
Hi, Ms. Campo.
Good morning.
Just remain standing for a minute. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer an oath to you.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to the court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Lisa Campo, C-A-M-P-O.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Ms. Campo. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone only records. It does not in any way project your voice in the courtroom. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. All right, very good. Mr. Blankus, your witness.
Good morning, Ms. Campo.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
As of today, I'm retired.
God bless you. Directing your attention back to August 7th. What were you doing?
I was working as a physician assistant at Morristown Medical Center.
And can you give the jury a little bit of your background?
I was employed at Morristown Hospital since 2009. I worked in the orthopedic department and covered orthopedic and orthopedic trauma patients.
All right. Directing your attention to August 7th, did you have an occasion to treat Michael Barrasson?
Not that I recall, but according to the notes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked D600-2, and I realize it's a couple of years ago. Can you take a look at those notes and tell me whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not on August 7th you were working and treated Michael Barrasson?
According to this, yes, I'm the author of this note. I was present in a trauma room for a trauma patient which arrived in the emergency room. I was doing a consult for the orthopedic surgeon who was on call for trauma.
And did you see?
Looks like at the time the patient came in, he was not identified. Therefore, the note says that the patient is a 119-year-old unknown, and that's typical for someone who is a trauma patient to come in until they are identified at some point down the road.
All right, so whoever you were treating on that day, did you notice any injuries to him?
According to the note, patient was complaining of elbow pain. It says that there was multiple abrasions, scratch marks about the chest, back, and left elbow.
With regards to the physical exam, and in talking to him, what, if anything, did you note?
I noted that the patient was awake. He was only oriented ×1, which means he would recognize his name. Other than that, he was confused. If he was not oriented more than ×1, that means he really didn't know where he was or what date it was at the time of his arrival. I wrote in my note that he was confused and speaking and complaining of significant chest and left upper extremity pain distress.
Did you notice any puncture wounds on his body?
According to my note, it says there was a puncture wound and scratches along the left dorsal elbow and a significantly obvious deformity of the elbow.
With regards to the chest, what did you observe?
I see no obvious deformity. There were multiple scratches and abrasions and a possible puncture wound in the left flank.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Ms. Campo, you don't specifically remember treating Mr. Barrasson?
No, I do not.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may,
Judge, if I just want to, irrespective of whether or not you remember, whoever you treated on that specific day, you observed what you testified to, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
all right, you may step down, Ms. Campo. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just watch your step.
The next witness, Mr. Belinkis.
Audrey Huber.
Audrey Huber. Just watch your step. And then step up, right up to the table over there.
Hi, Ms. Huber.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you place your left hand on the Bible, please? Raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andrea Everett Huber, Huber.
Thank you.
Have a seat, ma'am. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. The microphone on the witness stand does not project your voice at all. It just records it. So we need to hear your natural speaking voice. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes.
All right, very good. Mr. Belinkis, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Huber.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a director of a nonprofit organization in Long Valley, the MVCA.
Directing your attention to August 7th, 2019,
Yes,
what were you doing?
I believe you're referring to the first aid squad call. I'm a volunteer member of the Long Valley First Aid Squad. So I was going to the call.
Okay, and how long have you been a member of that first aid?
To this point, 18 years
18 years as of
now.
now. All right, so approximately 16 years at the time of the incident.
Correct.
And have you had any particular training to be a first aid responder?
Yes, I'm a certified EMT in the state of New Jersey, which means I did, at the time I went through the class, it was about 110 hours of training, 10 hours of volunteer time at the hospital, and we do continuing education classes to recertify every 3 years.
Okay, on that day, did you respond to 411 Mill Road?
West Mill, yes.
Okay, and when you got there, did you have an opportunity to observe my client, Michael Barrasson?
Yes,
Did you treat him on that day?
yes.
All right. With regards to your primary impression, do you recall what that was at that day?
May I look at my notes?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, let me give you your report.
Okay.
It's Defense 600-1. Take a look at that, see if that refreshes your recollection. We're going to be talking about certain things.
Right. We got to the scene. There was a lot of activity. The person that came with me in my ambulance went to treat the young lady, and they had enough people there, so I looked over and saw Mr. Barrasson sitting against a tree with an obvious facial injury.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries to his arms?
I saw that in the report, yeah, I did not recall that before I read the report, but yes.
Okay, but now that you've read the report,
Yes.
does it refresh your recollection as
Yes.
to what, if anything, you observed with regards to his arm?
That came a little bit later. As I stated, he was handcuffed at the time. My initial observation was the blood that was running down his face. The arm, we tended to a little bit later when two members of the Atlantic ambulance squad came over because I didn't have enough equipment there.
And how would you describe what you observed regarding his arm?
I don't recall.
Can you look at
It was
your-
deformed, and we did splint it later, according to the report. But I did not, it didn't stick out in my mind, honestly, as much as the facial injury.
Okay. Do you recall seeing any injuries to the inner left thigh?
It looked like a dog bite.
And where was that located?
Inner left thigh, along with various lacerations.
Now, during your treatment of him, did you ask him what happened for the purpose of using that as far as your assessment?
I don't recall.
Do you recall him saying
Judge, I'm going to object.
repeatedly?
What, she doesn't recall. She can refresh her recollection. You can't just read from the report. The report's not in evidence.
Okay, can you please look at your report?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to refer you to the second paragraph in the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ask repeated questions to Mr. Barrasson?
No, sir. He asked repeated questions to the crew.
Okay, and what did he say, if anything, about the incident?
I don't remember everything
Can
he
you please
said.
refer to your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Oh, he remembered his birthday at one point. He did not remember the incident. I'm
Judge,
sorry.
just so the record's clear, Mr. Valinkis was pointing to a specific line in the
Right.
report.
It's to refresh her recollection. The
Right.
report's not in evidence. Does it refresh your recollection about what he said regarding remembering the incident?
Not really, but
Okay.
if I wrote the report, it's true.
Fine, okay.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. Huber, what does LOC stand for?
Loss of consciousness.
And did you indicate in your report on the top section that there was a head injury without loss of consciousness?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Where is that information? Where did you get that information from that you put in your report, that there was a loss of consciousness?
We have a system that we use for writing reports, and there's a drop-down menu,
Right.
and that best described what the incident was.
Okay. But specifically, you indicated there was not a loss of consciousness?
Not that I could know,
All right.
yes.
And is that determination based on your interaction with Mr. Barisone at the scene, or do you get that information from other sources as well to put in your report?
I don't recall, honestly, Your Honor, what transpired as far as my asking the questions.
Right.
It is a question we usually ask, but I don't recall specifically asking it in this case. Somehow I knew. Either somebody told me or Mr. Barrasson himself told me.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can step down, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming to court today.
Just watch your steps.
Fine, your next witness, please.
Dr. John Bascara.
Dr. John Bascara. Your job. Watch your steps, step up to the table, please.
Hi, doctor. Good morning. can you place your left hand on the Bible, please?
Yes.
And raise your right hand. You can put your pad and notes down. That's it. Raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath.
Yes.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony given to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yeah, John Daniel Bascara, Bascara.
Thank you.
You may have a seat, sir.
Okay.
Please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Yes.
The microphone only records. It does not project your voice in the
Oh,
courtroom.
okay.
All right? And if you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, Mr. Blankus.
Good morning, doctor.
Yes.
Where are you employed, sir?
Morris County Correctional Facility.
In what capacity?
I'm the jail psychiatrist
And how long have you been in jail psychiatrist?
since January 2016.
Now, can you give the jury a little bit of your background, your education and experience prior to August 2019?
Yes, well, I completed my psychiatry training in 2004 at Thomas Jefferson University. And in 2006, I finished my child and adolescent psychiatry training at New Jersey Medical School here. Yes.
Directing your attention to August 20th, 2019, did you have an occasion to talk to my client, Michael Barrasson?
Yes, yes.
And what was the purpose of that discussion?
Oh, it was, I was referred by the staff because it's okay if I refer to my notes. Yeah, he had been complaining of.
Yes.
So-
Did you author a report, doctor,
Oh,
based on your
Yes, I
interactions
did,
with the
yes.
defendant?
Yes,
All right.
yes,
And was that done around the same time?
Yes, yes.
Contemporaneously with your interactions with the defendant?
was, yeah, after I saw him.
Yes, all right. And do you need that to refresh your recollection about specifics of your interaction with the defendant?
Yes, I have
All
a
right.
copy or two.
Okay, all right, we're gonna have that, has it been marked, Mr. Blankus? Just for reference, for the record?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number?
600-6.
Oh, okay, that's the same. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Doctor, as a psychiatrist, did you ask Michael Barrasson about the events that occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes, yes.
Was he able to remember or respond to your questions regarding the actual event?
Well, he told me that he couldn't recall what happened, so,
No further questions.
Mr. Schallhorn, any cross?
Dr. Bascara, can you describe the nature of your examination? Was it a forensic examination?
no, no.
Was it a clinical examination?
Yes, yes, yes.
And how did you gather the information that you needed to treat Michael Barrasson on August 20th?
Oh, we just met in the examination room, and as based on his self-report, the interview.
And based on your conversations with him, did you note any delusions with his thinking?
No.
Did he mention anything during the course of the interview with you about being fearful or scared?
Yeah, let me just refer to. He just said that he had been very nervous. You know, his mind was racing. That's what I was. Yes.
Did you note in your report that he was acting apparently impulsively with this recent violent behavior?
Well, that's also based on the report, just of what he told me, what happened.
Right, so you wrote that based on what he told you?
Yes, yes.
You indicated that he had apparently acted impulsively and violently?
Oh, did I put that in my note? Yes, yeah, yes.
Where it says diagnosis,
Yeah.
What does that mean where it says rule out amnesia due to head trauma?
No, it's just because one of the two complaints, one was anxiety, the other one was forgetfulness. So I just you know, a possible explanation for what he's saying.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Belinkus?
No, Judge.
All right, you may step down, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Watch your step.
People raising their hands? Members of the jury, did anyone have trouble hearing any of that testimony? All right. What, was it the entire testimony or just parts of it?
No, the very last.
Yeah, he, very soft-spoken.
Yeah, yeah, when he was answering the prosecutor's last two questions.
All right. Do you want to bring him back and have it repeated, Mr. Shellhorn? The jurors indicated they didn't hear the last couple of questions, the answers.
I would certainly defer to the jury if they want him to come back. Otherwise, I think they can certainly ask for that to be replayed if there's any question during the course of their deliberations. Unless they wanted to
Yeah.
come back, I would certainly.
We can have him come back now that he's here, or everything's recorded, so if you need to hear it, we can have it replayed during your deliberations. I leave it up to you. How would you like to proceed?
I'm happy waiting if it becomes material later.
Okay, all right. It is, all the testimony is recorded. You've heard me say that a number of times, so, and if you need any specifics of testimony during deliberations, you can always ask for a playback, and we'll have it played back, okay? All
They
right,
can leave, Judge.
yes.
They can leave. You're fine, you're good to go.
All right, Mr. Belinkus, your next witness?
Corporal Thomas Falleni.
Corporal Thomas Falleni.
Hi, Corporal. Good morning. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer an oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That is
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Thomas Falleni. Last name is after Frank, A-L-L-E-N-I.
Thank you.
All right, Corporal, have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. We have jurors in the first two rows that need to hear. That microphone doesn't project your voice, it just records it, so
Okay.
they need to hear your natural speaking voice. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Belinkus, go ahead.
Thank you. Where are you employed, sir?
Washington Township Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by them?
20 years.
Directing your attention to August 7th, 2019, were you the affiant of a search warrant concerning this case?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to the jury what an affiant is?
An affiant is an officer who collects all the information from the incident that occurred, responds to the prosecutor's office, fills out an affidavit stating what is required to investigate the incident, and we draw up an affidavit and a warrant, and a judge reviews that, signs that, and that enables us to collect the evidence we need to do our investigation.
Now, in this particular case, you were conferring and consulting with the Morris County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
And after that consult, you swore to and submitted your affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you request to search any vehicles based on the information that you had?
Yes.
What vehicle and who did it belong to?
It was, can I refer to my,
Absolutely, I'm gonna give you a copy.
Okay, we'll have a marked copy given to you for the record.
10-C. that a copy of your sworn affidavit?
Yes, it is.
What, if any, vehicles did you request to be searched?
It's the silver Dodge Ram pickup with the Florida registration.
And why did you include that in your affidavit?
It belonged to the suspect, Mr. Barrasson.
And were you aware that there were 2 other vehicles and a trailer parked in the immediate area close to Michael Barrasson's vehicle?
Yes.
Did you attempt to get a warrant to search those vehicles?
No, we did not.
Did you request to search various telephones?
Yes.
And what telephones were they?
There was a black Samsung Galaxy S7,
Who did that belong to, based on your knowledge?
Robert Goodwin.
Any others?
Yes. There was a white iPhone with a pink case,
Belonging to who?
believed to be belong to Lauren Kanarak. And then there was a white iPhone with no case. Weren't sure who that belonged to. It was in the area of the incident. There was another iPhone that was taken from Mary Haskins Gray at police headquarters. I believe that was all the phones.
Did you request the swabbing of any person's hand for gunshot residue?
Yes. Yes.
And whose hands did you request be swabbed?
Michael Barrasson.
And why did you request that Michael Barrasson's hands be swabbed for gunshot residue?
Due to information at the scene, we were advised that he was the shooter. And
And what does gunshot residue have to do with Michael Barrasson's hands, if anything?
it would prove that he had shot a weapon. Shot a gun.
Did you ask to swab any other person's hands on that day?
No.
To your knowledge, was any gunshot residue testing done on anyone in this case?
No. I don't believe so.
Now, in your affidavit, you put information that you received from various witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that you indicated that Goodwin only heard
Yeah,
of the...
hold on. Let me see that sidebar.
Corporal, did you talk to Robert Goodwin?
Yes.
And did Robert Goodwin tell you that he only heard of an
Again,
object?
this is your witness. You can't lead your witness.
What did Robert Goodwin tell you with regards to whether or not he actually saw versus hearing the gunshot?
I have in my affidavit basically what he had stated to me that day about him. He was on the porch and he turned to enter the residence and heard a gunshot and turned back and looked at
Turned
Lauren.
back or turned around?
Turned around. Turned to walk back into the residence. He reported Lauren Kanarak walked over to speak to
Clarify
Barrasson.
whether this is refreshing his memory or whether he is,
Right.
it appears he's reading, and I don't know if that's from his memory or not.
Are you,
I'm referring to my report.
all right. To refresh your memory, or do you have no recollection of it, and you're just reading from the
Oh, I
report?
was
There's a
just reading.
difference.
I was just reading, I'm sorry. My recollection would be that he explained to me that he turned to go back into the residence and then heard the gunshot, turned back, and observed Mr. Barrasson shooting Lauren.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah, it's up there.
Corporal, you have D10C in front of you,
Yes, sir.
and that's a copy of the affidavit that you submitted to Judge Ironson on August 7th, 2019.
Correct.
Is the information contained in that based on a full and complete investigation?
It was a quick investigation at the time in order to get the information I needed to quickly obtain the rest of the information through the affidavit.
In other words, you can't conduct any search at the property until the judge authorizes a search warrant.
Yes, correct.
So you didn't take the time to conduct a full and complete investigation before you submitted this to the judge. It was just based on what you knew at the time.
That's correct.
Now, you were just asked some questions about speaking to Robert Goodwin.
Yes.
Where did you speak to him?
I was in front of my patrol vehicle at the scene.
And can you describe what your recollection of the scene was? Was it chaotic?
Yes,
Were there a number of police officers there,
yes,
both from Washington Township and other agencies?
correct.
I believe Chester, one of the Chester police departments was there at the time.
I believe so.
The Morris County Sheriff's Office,
Correct.
a
Yes.
number of different ambulance companies.
Yes,
And did you see Ms. Kanarak had been shot?
yes,
Did you see her receiving medical treatment at the scene?
yes.
How would you describe Mr. Goodwin's emotional state at the time you were talking to him?
I was tending to Miss Kanarak when I first got there. And when she was taken away is when I went to talk to Mr. Goodwin. During my care of Miss Kanarak, he was frantic trying to get to her, and one of our officers was basically holding him back and speaking with him to keep him away so we can care to her.
At the time that you were speaking to him at the scene in front of your patrol car, was he somewhat difficult to follow what he was saying?
Yes, he was still frantic. She was on her way to the hospital, and he just wanted to get to her.
Did you record that statement?
No, I don't believe so.
Are you aware that he was taken from the scene back to the police department for a formal recorded statement?
Yes,
Now, I think you were also asked the question about making an application for a search warrant or for permission to search specifically the silver pickup truck.
correct.
And was that based on information you received during the course of that limited investigation that Michael Barrasson had driven to the scene in that pickup truck?
Yes,
In your affidavit, did you ask in paragraph 5 for authorization to search any other items relevant to the investigation and crimes described herein that a complete and thorough search will reveal?
yes,
So you didn't list every single item, vehicle, location on that 50-acre property in this search warrant affidavit?
no, I did not.
Just based on what you knew at the time you applied for the search warrant that afternoon, what you were specifically aware of that needed to be searched?
Correct.
No further questions, Judge, thank you.
What? Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Corporal, with regards to this catch-all phrase the prosecutor just brought to your attention, to your knowledge, did you ever search Robert Goodwin's vehicles or his trailer?
No. To my knowledge, I
So
did not.
even though technically you could, based on,
Well, let me see that sidebar.
Corporal, is it your understanding that you can search a vehicle unless it's specifically mentioned in a warrant? What's your understanding?
You're talking about the current application
The
you're
current
talking, not generally, just he's asking you about the current search warrant affidavit and the warrant that you received.
The warrant that I
Do you believe that
received,
gave you the authority to search Robert Goodwin's 2 vehicles and the trailer on the property?
yes.
To your knowledge, were they searched?
That I could not tell you.
Did you seize the camera that was looking directly at the location?
Objection.
Yeah,
where the-
Mr. Belinkis,
There's no evidence of that.
just ask a question. Don't editorialize, please.
Did you put in the affidavit to search things and seize things, any cameras?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did they seize any cameras?
No.
Nothing further.
But you may step down. Thank you.
This is,
Yes, just leave that there. Council will retrieve it.
Just watch your step.
I'm gonna get this.
Mr. Blanket, there's another one on the floor. Those are yours as well.
Oh, thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Jamie Dancer.
Janie Dancer?
Can we be heard at sidebar?
Sure. All right, we'll call the witness officer, if you would, Miss Jamie Dancer. Hi, ma'am. Just remain standing for a moment. Left hand on the Bible, if you would. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath,
Do you
please.
swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jamie Dancer, Dancer.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Miss Dancer. Please keep your voice up nice and loud in response to questions. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that. I'll have it rephrased. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dancer, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you live in New Jersey?
I do.
Where?
Millstone Township.
And are you an athlete?
I am.
In what sport?
Dressage.
And how long have you been a dressage athlete?
Since I was 7, so 30 some odd years.
And could you give the jury a brief summary of your accomplishments in that field?
I'm a USDF bronze, silver, gold medalist, and I've recently started competing internationally.
Did there come a time when you became acquainted with Michael Barrasson?
Yes.
And what year, if you recall approximately, was that?
2003.
And what was the nature of your acquaintance with him in 2003 going forward, if you could summarize that for the jury?
I first started working for him as a working student, and then after that I started my own business and would continue to ride with Michael and ship up to his farm in New Jersey and also down in Florida with him.
Did you train with him as a rider?
Yes.
Did your horse train with him?
Yes.
In connection with that training, was any of it accomplished at the farm in Long Valley?
Yes.
Did you live at the farm?
At points, yes.
So let's fast forward to 2019. Were you living at the farm at that time?
No.
Were you still training with him?
Yes.
And was your horse still being trained by his business?
Yes.
And any part of that training, was it conducted by other people that worked in the business?
No.
Okay. So you knew Michael as a trainer, correct?
Yes.
Did you know him in any other capacity given your involvement with him over those years?
We were friends and he's my mentor.
Based upon your friendship with Michael over the years, do you believe you developed an understanding of what he was like under normal circumstances?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what Michael Barrasson was like under normal circumstances?
Yes. He was very clean cut, shirt always tucked in, belt. Everything was always clean and immaculate everywhere. Fun to be around. Yet, when it came to the riding, very intense and precise. Yeah.
Based upon your years of experience knowing Michael Barrasson, did you have a chance to observe him working with horses?
Yes.
Did you ever witness him in any manner mistreating a horse?
No.
Given your experience with him over those years, did you ever observe him being violent toward a human being?
Absolutely not.
Were you on the farm in early August 2019?
Yes.
Were you coming and going in connection with your training?
Yes.
During those days, well, are you aware that an incident occurred on August 7th at the farm?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to the shooting is the next series of questions. That's what I'm going to ask about.
Okay.
Were you observing Michael Barrasson's behavior at all in the days leading up to the shooting?
Yes.
How was he acting in comparison to the Michael that you knew from all of those years before?
He was very upset. He was distraught. I was very concerned he was going to harm himself.
When you say harm himself, in what way were you concerned that Michael Barrasson was going to harm himself?
I thought he was going to kill himself.
Did his appearance change at all in those days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
What changed about his physical appearance?
He was pacing. He wasn't his shirt wasn't all the way tucked in. No belt. Sorry, I just need a minute.
Take as much time as you need.
Just not him. He wasn't him. It was hard to talk to him. I was concerned about him.
Was he less communicative than before?
Yes.
Did he look disheveled in any way personally in his appearance?
Yes.
And you say pacing. Tell me more about the pacing that you saw.
It was like neurotic. It was like neurotic pacing. I can only compare it to horses, which they pace when they're stressed and they're looking and they're searching and they're just unsettled.
Based upon what you observed with Michael Barrasson, did you come to any conclusions as to whether he was stressed?
Yes, he was stressed.
And did you come to any conclusions in your own mind as to how you felt the degree of stress that Michael was under at that time?
Extremely high.
Extremely high. As a result of your observations of Michael, let me back up for a second. Did you make any of these observations of Michael the day before the shooting, which would have been August 6, 2019?
Yes.
And as a result of your observations and what your concerns were, did you take any action?
I did.
What did you do?
I called my good friend, Allison Brock.
All right?
And
I don't want you to talk about what was said on the conversation.
okay.
Okay? So you talked to Allison Brock.
Yes.
And did you walk away from that conversation with any understanding as to whether Allison Brock was going to take any action?
Yes.
And what was your understanding that you walked away from that conversation with?
Objection.
What's the nature of your objection, Mr. Shellhorn?
Hearsay, Judge, or calls for a hearsay response?
It does.
Objection sustained.
Questions withdrawn. Had you, based upon your observations on August 6th of 2019, had you ever before in your association with Michael Barrasson seen him in such a state?
No.
I have no further questions of the witness.
All right, very good. Cross-examination, Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. Dancer, you weren't at the farm on August 7th, 2019, were you?
No.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what happened on that day?
No.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Dancer. Thank you.
You can sit this way.
Thank you.
Just watch your step.
Your Honor, our next witness I'd like to call is Allison Brock.
All right. Allison Brock, please. Hi, Ms. Brock.
Hi.
Please remain standing for a moment. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Allison Brock, B-R-O-C-K.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat, Ms. Brock. The witness has been sworn. Counsel, direct examination.
Good morning, Ms. Brock.
Good morning.
Where do you reside? What state?
I'm in Florida.
And what town in Florida?
Specifically Loxahatchee.
Okay. And are you an athlete?
I am.
In what sport?
In the sport of dressage.
And how long have you been a dressage athlete?
Oh, it's 25 years, at least.
And could you give the jury a brief summary of your accomplishments in that sport?
Yes. I was a member of the 2016 Rio Olympic team for dressage for the U.S., and we won a bronze medal. So I've competed internationally at the highest level.
Was that Team USA?
Yes.
Was Michael Barrasson associated at all with that team?
Yes.
What was his association with that team?
He was my coach.
And prior to him coaching you at that event, How long had you known Michael Barrasson?
I met Michael in 2002.
And in what capacity did you first start interacting with Michael?
I actually, I lived on his farm in 2002. I was working for Susan Blanks, who is another Olympian, and she was in the process of going through the selection trials for the 2002 World Equestrian Games. I was her working student. We had horses at Michael's farm ahead of the selection trials.
Your familiarity with Michael, did it start in some capacity where he was training you?
Not at that time. I didn't start training with Michael until 2010.
Okay.
But I lived on the farm, so I was there on and off that summer
Did you know Justin?
very well. When I got back, I went to Europe with Sue, and when I got back, Justin just started working for Michael.
So starting in 2010, that's when you began to train with Mr. Barrasson?
Yes.
And how long after that did you continue to train with him?
Really through 2016. And then my top horse was injured in Rio and never came back. And I had a bunch of young horses, so I would see Michael here and there, but I wasn't training like I was leading up to the Olympic Games.
Did you also get to know Michael in any capacity other than as a trainer?
Yes, I would consider Michael a close friend.
In August of 2019, where were you physically located?
I was actually driving back from a vacation with my family in the Keys.
And at that point in time, and let's just bring it to August of 2019, did you receive a phone call from Jamie Dancer?
I did.
I'm not going to ask you to tell us what words were spoken in that call, because it will result in an objection. So the questions I'm asking you, please do not interpret that you need to respond in specific words.
Understood.
All right. So you spoke to Jamie Dancer that day.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long the phone conversation lasted?
It was a couple minutes because I was in the car with my family and I didn't want to have a discussion with them in the car.
Did you take any action as a result of your conversation with Miss Dancer?
I did.
What did you do?
As soon as we got home and I could separate myself privately, I called Michael.
Did you have any particular concern that drove you to call Michael that day?
Absolutely.
What was your concern?
Based on what Jamie had said to me and texted me, I was very concerned that Michael was going to kill himself.
So you got Michael on the phone?
Yes.
Without telling us what words were spoken, how was Michael when he first got on the phone?
Well, he was quiet, which was very unlike Michael, and started to tell me about...
Objection, Judge.
Try not to get into the words of the subject. So he was quiet at first?
And then proceeded to get more upset, and then was sobbing hysterically by the end of the phone call.
Were you able to calm him down at all?
No.
In the past, had you viewed Michael in circumstances when he was upset?
Yes, but nothing like this.
You anticipated my next question. Based upon your years of knowledge and experience working with Michael and knowing him as a person, had you ever seen him in the state he was, or pardon, seen's probably not the right word, had you ever encountered him in the state he was as of that phone call?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Schellhorn?
Ms. Brock, you're a member of the Board of Directors for the U.S. Equestrian Federation?
I am.
And you're a member of a number of different committees with respect to that association?
I am.
Objection beyond the scope of direct.
Goes to her background, which you elicited in some detail, counsel. I'll allow it.
Ms. Brock, you were not in New Jersey in August of 2019?
No.
You were not at the farm on August 7, 2019?
No.
And you have no personal knowledge of what happened that day?
No.
Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right,
No redirect, Your Honor.
all right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Brock.
All right, next witness.
Sean Cullen.
Sean Cullen, please, to the stand.
Walk up to the table right there.
Hi, Mr. Cullen. Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Full name is Sean Cullen. Last name is Cullen.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, you may have a seat, Mr. Cullen. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. You can remove your mask if you want to. I leave that entirely up to you. But if you keep your mask on, you're going to have to speak that much louder, so we have jurors in the first two rows.
Sure, I'll pop off for you.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you,
Don't mind
Mr.
my
Cullen.
nose.
No, not at all. All right, Mr. Cullen has been sworn. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cullen, where are you employed?
Atlantic Health Systems.
And can you give the jury a little bit of your background?
Sure. I'm a licensed professional counselor within the state of New Jersey. My degree is in master's in counseling psychology. I've worked in behavioral health for just a little over 20 years now. And I have an extensive history of doing psych evals interviews in ER settings.
And where did you go to school?
Caldwell University.
Now, directing your attention to August 9th, did you have an occasion to meet and talk with my client, Michael Barrasson?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you try to ask him specific questions regarding the event in question?
Specific questions, no. Not about the event.
Okay. Did he make any statements with regards to the specific event?
Yes.
What did he say?
He spoke, as was cited in my documentation, he spoke about the stressors of the event, some aspects in the days before the event. To my recollection and what's in my documentation, he did not recall the immediate events that resulted in his being in the hospital.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cullen, when you met with the defendant on August 9th of 2019, did he indicate to you that he had told the police that things at his farm were going to come to a boiling point?
I believe that was a quote in my documentation from that day, from that interview with him.
And Judge, if I could just approach briefly.
With his report?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what's the marking on
I
it?
marked it as S84, pages 35 and 37 of S84.
Mr. Cullen, that report is just to refresh your recollection at this point. Just take a look at it. Tell us if you recognize what that document is.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a report that you authored?
That is correct.
All right, do you recall the date you authored the report?
Yes.
And does that, in essence, summarize your interactions with Mr. Barrasson on August 9th?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And Mr. Cullen, directing your attention, I believe it's about a quarter of the way or a third of the way down that first page. Did you put that, excuse me, probably a little bit further down the page than that. Did you put that in quotation marks that this was going to come to a boiling point?
Judge, I object. I ask that he read the entire sentence. It's out of context.
Again, just object, Mr. Belinkus. I don't like counsel editorializing.
Mr. Cullen, I think the question I asked you was if you could read the direct quote that Michael Barrasson told you from your report, if that refreshes your memory.
Certainly, the direct quote in quotations is, I kept telling him this was going to come to a boiling point.
Now, didn't he also tell you on that day that his significant other didn't feel safe?
That is correct. That's also in the documentation. There's a quote for that as well.
He never told you anything about he himself not feeling safe?
To the best of my recollection, that was not quoted directly to me.
Did he also tell you that around the time of the shooting that DCP&P, or Child Protection, was at the property?
Yes, according to my documentation, it was noted to be the morning prior that DCP&P were present.
And did he tell you that there was a specific reason that DCP was there was for a call pertaining to the care of his girlfriend's children?
To the best of my recollection, he mentioned that he felt that someone had called them, making possible accusations as they arrived due to concerns to investigate.
Did you note that he said to you a number of times that there was a steady building of stressors in his life?
Yes, that is noted in my documentation.
And I believe if I refer you to page 3, did you indicate that he noted several acute stressors in the 48 hours preceding his admission to the hospital?
Yes, that is correct.
But he didn't specifically note that fear was one of those stressors?
Not specifically in to my recollection, not that I quoted in the report.
Last question, Mr. Cullen. You found Mr. Barrasson's thought content to be unremarkable for delusional distortions?
That is correct.
Judge, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. With regard to the quote that the prosecutor read you regarding, I kept telling them this was going to come to a boiling point. Who did he indicate to you that he was telling this to several times?
The local police department.
Were you given information that he possibly had PTSD?
PTSD is listed in quotes in the documentation. For the service I work on, the psychiatric consult service, when a physician puts in a consult order, they always put a rationale for that order That was the initial rationale by the medical team.
And did they also indicate that there was a complaint of loss of consciousness?
That was also, it's quoted in my documentation, that comes from the medical notes.
With multiple trauma status, correct?
That is correct.
Was there any notes with regards to a left elbow dislocation?
Judge, I'm going to object that this is beyond the scope of the cross-examination.
It is somewhat,
Into the
Miss-
details of the report, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Prosecutor got into the details of the report, which I did not on direct, and now I believe I can bring out other details based on his cross.
All right, I'll allow it. Overruled.
Did it indicate that there was multiple traumas to Michael Barrasson?
Per my documentation, the medical documentation, yes.
Open reduction, left elbow dislocation, correct?
That is correct. That's from the medical documentation.
Nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Shellhorn?
No, Your Honor, thank
All right, Mr. Cullen, you may step down. Thank you. Let's watch your step, please.
Thank you, sir.
All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Jordan Osborne.
Jordan Osborne, please.
Osborne? Welcome to the February 20th.
Hi. Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jordan Osborne, Osborne.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Osborne, you can have a seat. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone does not project your voice in the courtroom, it just records it, so the jurors in the first two rows and in the jury box have to hear your natural voice, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you don't understand a question, please indicate that, and I'll have counsel rephrase. All right.
Good
Witness is
morning, Ms.
sworn.
Osborne. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you for asking. As of August 2019, how old were you?
I was 16.
You were 16 years old, and did you live at the farm in Long Valley where Michael Barrasson operated his business?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do there? Just in general, that summer?
I was a working student, so I rode and I helped take care of the horses.
And so give us an idea of what your daily regime was in life back in those days.
We'd get up and we'd feed the horses breakfast, and then by then it was time for everyone to ride, so we'd help get horses ready. We'd ride our own horses. Then we'd feed lunch, keep riding, feed dinner, and then just normal, regular barn chores, cleaning things up.
Were there other students living there as well?
Yes.
And who were they?
There was Chelsea Westra and Mike McGrain and Cassandra DeFranco, and then Justin was there as the assistant trainer.
And was Cassandra a student, or did she have some other capacity there?
She was the barn manager, so with everything, taking care of the barn and the horses, she was in charge of that.
And were you aware that there were other people living at the farm in the farmhouse in the summer of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Who were they?
Lauren Kanarak and Rob Goodwin.
And did you interact with them at all on a regular basis?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, request to approach the witness.
Sure.
I'd like to show you a photo which has been marked as D800-90. Do you see the photo?
Yes,
Who's it a photo of?
that's Rob Goodwin.
And does this photo depict Goodwin's appearance as you understood it to be back in August of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move 800-90 into evidence.
Objection. I'm not sure what the relevance.
All right, the objection is sustained. Move on to another area, counsel.
Did Lauren Kanarak and Robert Goodwin have a dog?
Yes.
And did you interact with the dog at all?
Not physically,
Hold
but
on, hold on. We may have a problem with court smart. That's the recording. All right, go ahead, counsel. Just re-ask your question, please.
Did you interact directly with the dog?
not physically, but I saw the dog a lot.
I'd like to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 800-90. Is that picture, in your mind, an accurate picture of the dog?
Yes,
What was the dog's name?
Rosie.
Were you scared of the dog?
Yes.
Objection.
What's the relevance of this? I mean,
While you were on the farm, commencing in the period of the end of July, we'll say July 31st, through August 6th, were you aware of whether or not the police were called to the farm on a number of occasions?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to the police when they were at the farm?
Yes, I did.
When you talked to the police, did you observe their reaction to what you were telling them?
Yes.
And what reaction did you observe of the police when you told them the information you gave?
They were very nonchalant and they just turned around and walked away.
Did you ever feel threatened by Robert Goodwin?
Objection, Judge. We just talked about this.
all right, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break now. You can step off the stand.
Just watch your step.
Counsel will be stricken from the record. It was an improper question that he asked. Well, please don't consider it in any way. The witness's state of mind is not an issue in this case. Mr. Barrasson's state of mind is an issue, not the witness's. So please ignore that question. It was improper and it's stricken from the record. All right, let's call the witness back in.
Jordan? Just watch your step coming in.
You may have a seat, Ms. Osborne. Go ahead, counsel.
I have no further questions of Ms. Osborne at this time.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Briefly, Judge. Ms. Osborne, good morning.
Morning.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No.
All right. Is your mother Lara Osborne?
Yes.
What's the nature of her relationship with Michael Barrasson at this point?
They're in a romantic relationship.
Well, hold on. Is there an objection, counsel?
I objected to relevance.
Judge, this clearly
What's-
goes towards bias. This was explored on cross-examination with state witnesses.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, there was an objection. Could you just tell the jury again what your last answer was?
They're in a romantic relationship.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
You swore under oath to tell the truth when you were brought here this morning.
Yes.
Would you violate that oath simply because of a relationship your mother was having?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you. For your next witness.
The defense calls Mary DeFranco.
Mary DeFranco? Just watch your step and step up to the table.
Hi, Mr. Franco. Please remain standing for a moment. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath,
Do
please.
you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Mary DeFranco, DeFranco.
Thank you.
All right, you can have a seat, ma'am. Please keep your voice up nice and loud so all the jurors can hear your answers. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records it.
Okay.
All right, very good. If you don't understand the question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Ms. DeFranco, do you live in Illinois?
I do.
What town?
Crystal Lake.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in finance and a master's in finance and economics.
So a bachelor's degree and a master's.
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in data and intelligence services. I do data standardization for a large financial institution.
And you do that in Illinois?
I do.
Do you pursue any hobbies related to the horse world?
I do.
What hobbies do you pursue?
I'm an amateur enthusiast for dressage.
How long have you been pursuing that?
Dressage, probably the last 10 years, but I was doing hunter jumper sports before that, so all in all, about 25 years.
And in connection with your pursuit of that, have you taken any lessons or training over the years?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So I have taken dressage lessons on a regular basis. I have my horse in training as well as myself, so I probably take 3 lessons a week and then ride independently twice a week.
And over how long of a time period have you been pursuing training?
10 years.
You mentioned your horse. Are you also a horse owner?
Yes, I am.
And over your association with this hobby, how many horses have you owned?
Oh my, over the years or currently?
Over the years.
Over the years, over a dozen.
Over a dozen. Is your daughter also involved in any way in the horse world?
Yes, she is.
What's her involvement?
She is also a dressage rider. She rides as a professional.
Oh, she's a professional, okay. And let's go back to, well, let me ask you this first. do you know Michael Barrasson?
I do,
How long have you known him?
since 2016, so almost 4 years, since 2016, so 6 years almost.
And in what capacity did you become introduced to Michael Barrasson?
My daughter was interested in training with him in the summer of 2016 after the Olympics, and she contacted him, and that's how we met.
Was her interest at all inspired by what happened at the Rio Olympics that year?
Of course.
And so, did your daughter come to start working with Michael?
Yes, she did.
And did you also, over the years, work with Michael?
Yes, I came frequently both to visit my daughter and then most recently take lessons as well.
Okay. And so, the fact that you took lessons with Michael, is that the only capacity in which you knew him when you were actually in the arena taking lessons, or did you come to know him in other contexts?
I consider Michael a friend
And how long have you considered Michael to be your friend?
since I've met him.
Okay. Now, did your daughter become employed at Michael's barn?
She did. When she came to Michael's in 2016, she was a client. And she was a client through that 2016-2017 season in Florida. And it was in the spring of 2017 that she became a working student for Michael.
And as a working student, did she live at the farm?
She did.
Was she living at the farm in the summer of 2019?
Yes.
And did she board her horse there?
Yes.
Did she have more than one horse there?
Yes, she did.
How many?
She had 2.
And did there come a time in 2019 when you made a new acquisition with respect to your hobby?
I did. I bought a new horse, a young one, in June of 2019.
And was that horse brought by you or on your behalf to Michael's farm?
Yes, I had my horse shipped to Michael's farm in the middle of July 15th, 16th, something like that, of 2019.
And why did you have your horse shipped there?
For training.
Okay. So is training of the horse separate from training of the rider?
Sometimes. My horse was 4, so he was a baby. And I'm an amateur older lady adult, and I shipped him there to start his training and so that he would become more confident and safe for me.
Based on your understanding of how the farm operated at that time in June of 2019, was there a person who was specifically assigned to train young horses?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know an individual there named Mike McGrain?
Yes.
And what was his role at the farm, if you know?
Oh, yes. So Mike actually rode very young horses, so horses that were not accustomed to even having a saddle on them yet. They were very untrained, so my horse was a little further along than that.
So the horse that you purchased as a 4-year-old wasn't going to be trained by Mr. McGrain?
No.
Who was training your horse at that time?
My daughter.
At farm?
My daughter.
Your daughter was, okay. And when it came to your training, in the summer of 2019, did you have a regular schedule as when you'd come to New Jersey?
Yes. The plan was for me to be in New Jersey 2 weeks out of every month. I would come during those 2 weeks, ride and train on my horse, and then go back to Illinois for 2 weeks. And while I was gone, the horse would be in training.
And who was training you and your horse at Michael's farm that summer?
I took a couple lessons from Michael. I took a couple lessons from Justin.
And how did you have any impression of the quality of training you were receiving from Justin, for example?
It was excellent.
No complaints?
None.
Did there come a time in July of 2019 when you made one of those 2-week visits?
Yes.
And do you recall the precise date you arrived and when you were supposed to leave?
Precisely arrival? No. I would have arrived somewhere around the 15th or the 16th, and I was scheduled to leave, though, on the 31st.
Okay, so you came to the farm in July,
Mhm.
at or about that time period,
Mhm.
and is there anything in particular you observed at the farm at that time?
It was not as happy a place as it used to be.
Okay, and could you be a little more descriptive as to what indicated to you that it wasn't as happy of a place as it used to be?
There was a lot of tension in the air. It was very stressful. Michael's demeanor was not as it used to be, not as engaging. He was elsewhere in his mind. There were other boarders who were definitely, also tense, and lots of conversation around the feeling in the barn that it just wasn't right.
Did you make any observations about your daughter at that time when you came to the farm and noticed that things weren't right?
She was equally tense, if not more. I actually was very concerned about her when I arrived.
What concerns did you have about your daughter, specifically with respect to what was going on at the farm at that time?
I think when I arrived, if I remember correctly, she was very concerned about the horses, about the safety of the horses. She was concerned that the schedule was getting very disruptive in the barn because of just the cadence of things in the barn. My daughter worked there, so in the morning there's feeding, and then there's watering, and then there's turnout. But because of all the tension and the chaos that was going on at the time, that had all been upended, and so she was quite stressed out about all that.
Well, you had your new 4-year-old there,
Yes.
correct? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
have any concerns with respect to your new horse?
At first, I thought, no, everything's fine, and then within a few days, I could tell that things weren't going well. The tension in the barn was too high. I started having concerns about safety myself, both for myself and my daughter, as well as the horses.
When you say you had concerns about safety, what specifically were your concerns?
Well, there was the tension that was going on was because there was a client there that was being problematic and menacing and harassing to Michael, Mary Haskins, and I believe even Justin. And it got to the point that was bleeding over into the culture of the barn, as well as into the process of taking care of the horses. So I was worried that, something was going to happen to them in the middle of the night, or, when we weren't there. So it was just not a pleasant place to be.
As a result of what you observed, what your concerns were, and what you were experiencing, did you start making any plans with respect to where to board your horse and your daughter's horses?
Oh, absolutely. So as the days continued during my visit, my daughter and I discussed that, we needed to move the horses. We needed to get out of that environment. It was too menacing and harassing. I wasn't happy, and I was just as disturbed, I think, as everyone else about what was happening there. Luckily, the barn is located in an area where you can drive, 15 minutes in any direction, and there's lots of horse barns. So we were looking for, safe and clean, and just to get out of what I was perceiving to be a not so safe environment.
As a result of your presence at the facility, were you familiar with the locker area of the barn?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was marked for identification as 800-42. You have before you a photograph. What is it a photograph of?
So this is the locker area. As you step, the white door represents the door that would lead into the clubroom. So if you were walking out of the clubroom and stepping down those few steps, you'd be in the locker area where boarders would have their personal items.
Based upon your personal observations at the farm, does this picture accurately depict the layout of the lockers and the walls at the time?
Yes.
Move 800-42 in evidence.
No objection, Judge.
All right. 800-42, defense exhibit is admitted into evidence.
Based upon your, well, you were physically in this space,
Yes.
correct?
Uh-huh.
On a number of occasions?
Yes.
On a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a bench there?
Here in this area? No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know if your answer was heard.
No, I'm sorry. No, there was no bench. There's no
So
bench.
you're looking at a photograph where the lockers are, and you're saying that there's no bench in that area when you were there?
Counsel, you don't need to repeat the answer.
Okay.
Every question, all right? The jury hears it, I'm certain. So just ask your follow-up question, please.
I will. Did you have, and I don't want you to talk about the words that were spoken, okay? But did you have private conversations with Michael Barrasson or other people at the farm about the tensions that you were observing?
Yes.
And did you have those private conversations in a particular location?
Multiple locations.
Did you ever have conversations like that in the office?
Yes.
Did you ever have conversations like that in the clubroom?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you developed a concern that someone was listening to those private conversations that wasn't present, participating in them?
Yes.
And when did you develop that concern with respect to what was happening at the farm?
When my own words verbatim were repeated by someone who would not have been there and posted in social media.
Do you recall, without saying what the words were, do you recall where you were physically when you spoke those words?
Michael's office.
Okay. And who was present when you spoke those words?
Mary Haskins.
Anyone else?
No.
How far is the office from the locker area, if you recall?
Has to be 100 feet.
Okay. And did you then, I'm sorry, did you say that your words were posted on social media?
Yes.
Who posted them?
Lauren Kanarak.
When you were there from the period of, well, you were there from the period of July 31st through the time the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you were there the day of the incident?
Yes.
And you were interviewed by the police and other people after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when police were called to the farm before the incident?
Yes.
Did you observe Michael Barrasson in the days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
At that point in time, how many years had you known him?
3.
Did you see any changes in Michael's behavior in the days leading up to the incident?
Yes.
What did you see?
He was falling apart. He became completely distraught. Just completely distraught, not himself, worried, very, just, I would describe it as terrified of living in his own home. I mean, he was terrified.
Did you develop any concerns for yourself when you saw Michael in this condition?
Yes.
did that add to the concerns you had for your safety, the safety of your daughter, and the safety of your animals?
Yes.
And which persons were the source of your concern?
Lauren Kanarak and Robert Goodwin.
Did you have a chance to observe whether or not Michael Barrasson interacted with Lauren Kanarak or Robert Goodwin alone in those days leading up to the incident?
He never wanted to be alone with them. In fact, he went out of his way to not be alone with them. He was terrified of them. I was terrified of them. And so because of all of the postings that were going on social media,
Judge, this is non-responsive.
It is somewhat. Just ask another question, please.
All right, we'll
Sorry.
move on to the next
That's okay.
question. Ms. DeFranco, where were you on the day of the incident?
I was at the farm.
Had you spent the night there?
Yes. Well, no. We were at the bed and breakfast down the street because my daughter's room was deemed unlivable, I guess, by the fire marshal or whomever, the building department.
So your daughter's living arrangement was impacted by what the town did with respect to the buildings?
Oh, yes, she had to leave.
Okay. And did you come back to the farm that day?
Yes.
And did you have an instance to be sitting in the arena?
Yes,
And was that the indoor arena or the outdoor arena?
indoor arena.
Okay. Where were you sitting?
I was sitting in Michael's chair, so the door that walks out from the clubroom into the indoor arena. There are a bunch of director's chairs. If you were going to the immediate left of that door, the first chair, that's the one I was sitting in, and that's the one Michael typically sat in.
And who were you sitting with, if anyone?
Nobody. I was watching my daughter. She had finished up riding her horse, and she had already left, and I was just sitting there.
Did you encounter Michael while you were sitting in the arena in his chair?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of Michael at the time you encountered him while you were sitting in the arena on the morning of the incident in his chair?
Yes. He walked out.
What were your observations?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. A question's better than we get a question and an answer, you know?
Sure.
Okay.
He was totally absent, catatonic. He didn't even know I was sitting there.
Did you try to speak with him?
Yes.
And did he acknowledge you?
No.
With respect to what you observed that was happening at the farm, did you develop any understanding as to whether there was some systematic steps against Michael?
Objection.
You're referring to your observations of Michael that day. Did he appear normal to you?
No.
Did he appear healthy to you?
No.
Did you have any concerns about his safety as a result of your observations of him that day?
Absolutely. He looked suicidal.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Shellhorn?
Ms. DeFranco, how many horses did you have at the property in summer of 2019?
I had one, my daughter had two.
And you said that your daughter is still competing?
Yes.
What is her level that she competes at?
She competes at intermediate 1.
Is that as an amateur or professional or something
Professional.
else?
Professional.
So your daughter is a professional equestrian?
My daughter switched her status from amateur to professional when she started working for Michael, because those are the rules. And so even though she's not currently employed in the equestrian community, she maintains her professional status because that's the level she rides at.
So she rides at a high level?
Yes, she does.
Now, you indicated that on August 7th, 2019, you were at the farm or at the barn with your daughter?
Yes.
And you and your daughter were in the process that day of making arrangements to leave the farm, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you were looking for another farm to take your 3 horses to?
Yes.
And you said that you had a lot of concerns in those weeks leading up to August 7th?
Yes.
But you hadn't actually made the arrangements and actually taken the horses off the property at that point yet, had you?
No, we had an appointment.
And that would require you going to meet with various different farms or barns?
Yes.
And you would have to, I think you had said you were looking for another barn to go to that was safe and clean.
Yes.
So you wanted to make sure that you were vetting out the place where you were going to take your horses, that it would be appropriate for them,
Yes.
as well as for your daughter, based on her aspirations as a rider.
At that point, it had nothing to do with riding or training. We wanted to get the horses off, so we weren't looking for a trainer per se. We were looking for a place for the horses to be housed.
But even in spite of that, it did take effort to try to find a place that would be appropriate for your horses.
There are several places in the area.
Were you aware of any of the specific health conditions related to Ms. Kanarak or Mr. Goodwin's horses? If you're aware personally or had any awareness of that?
No?
You didn't ever hear Ms. Kanarak ever make any physical threats?
To whom?
Well, you indicated
Myself
earlier,
or to somebody else?
That's a fair question. You indicated earlier you were interviewed on the day of August 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You were interviewed by 2 detectives, Detective Boast and Detective Munoz-Felder?
Yes.
And that was at the barn?
Yes.
And they asked you during the course of that interview whether you had heard any physical threats made to Michael Barrasson, and you said no?
No.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of what happened by the farmhouse on August 7th, 2019?
I wasn't there on the
Oh,
patio.
you didn't see what happened?
I wasn't on the patio, no.
I wasn't trying to trick you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, thank you, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
The defense called Stephen Tarshis.
Stephen Tarshis to the stand, please. Please remain standing for a minute, sir. You need to be sworn. Place your left hand on that Bible. Please raise your right hand. My court clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Tarshis. The last name is spelled T as in Thomas, A-R-S-H-I-S.
Thank you.
Mr. Tarshis, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been engaged in the practice of law?
35 years.
Can you give us your educational background?
Certainly, I went to City University in New York, attended law school at Syracuse College of Law, and graduate school at NYU.
What was the graduate degree at NYU?
It wasn't a degree, I went for courses in tax.
Okay. And when did you first become licensed to practice law? If you recall.
1976, actually. I'm licensed both in New York and New Jersey. It was 76 in New York and I believe 80 in New Jersey.
And with respect to your practice in New Jersey, do you have any sort of focus with respect to your work?
When I'm asked that question, I usually describe myself as a business transactional lawyer, but over the last 5 or 10 years, I've developed a somewhat unique specialty in equine law.
What is equine law, if you could briefly describe that for the jury?
Basically, it's providing the horse community and people involved in horse businesses, whether they be amateur owners, professional riders, breeders, trainers, both on the sports side as well as the racing side, have very many of the same business issues as most businesses, buying and selling horses, importing, breeding situations, syndications of race horses and sport horses, unfortunately at times, sometimes litigation. So because of the unique nature of the people and the rules that are associated with the sport, a specialty of, I suppose, very few attorneys who do it has arisen, and I'm one of them.
Has your specialty and your past experience ever touched upon the issue of boarding arrangements for horses and training arrangements for people?
Oh, quite frequently.
Could you briefly describe your experience in those areas?
Well, many of the clients I've had are on both sides. I have clients who are operators of equestrian boarding facilities, commercial facilities, so they will come to me, I should say, to prepare boarding agreements for the people who board their horses with them, setting out the rules, the terms and conditions under which the owner and operator of the equine boarding facility will care for and take care of a person's horses. And on the other side of that, it's the person who has a horse and they want to place their horse in the care of an equine facility, so they will ask me to review frequently a boarding agreement to make sure it's fair and equitable and that their horse is going to be well cared for and their rights are going to be protected. So it's like any contract transaction, it'll be both sides of the transaction in a boarding situation.
A specialized form of contract?
Yes, very specialized.
Do you know Michael Barrasson?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Mr. Barrasson?
Somewhere between 10 and 15 years, I think, at this point.
And how did you first come to know Mr. Barrasson?
I first came to know him as a trainer. I was training with a young woman who was to whom Michael was a mentor. She was a professional, and she would frequently, for her own benefit, take lessons with Michael, and she introduced me to him, and over a period of time, seeing his skill and ability and what he was able to do and aware of his reputation, I began to take lessons with him as well.
Well, so let's take a tangential turn in topic for a second. Are you also a horseman?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and how long have you been pursuing horse-related activities?
Over 30 years.
Do you consider yourself to be a hobbyist, a professional, something else? What do you consider yourself to be?
My time would say I'm a professional. The fact of the matter is I'm an amateur. It's something people who are involved in the sport in a serious way understand it's a different kind of sport. It's not a hobby. It's not like golf where you play and you put your clubs in the closet. It becomes a matter of a full-time commitment, as it is for me.
Is it a passion for you?
Oh, most definitely. I ride at least 5 times a week. I devote at least 15 hours a week to it. I compete up and down the East Coast, and I've been doing it for many, many years.
Might sound like a naive question, but that's what we're here for, to get a full explanation. You ride. Do you also own horses?
Yes, I do.
Over the years, how many horses have you owned?
Oh, God. Well, I have both sport horses and race horses. The interest in racehorsing is a little different. It's common for there to be what's known as fractional ownership in racehorses, unless you're very big, frankly, very, very wealthy or run the business. Most racehorses are owned by 3 or 4 or 5 people. Sport horses are usually owned individually. Over the years, I've probably had 15 or so horses that I've ridden and competed with, and probably 10 or so racehorses in which I've had an interest.
And is there a particular area of horse sports that you focus?
At the present time, I've competed in the 3 major disciplines, eventing, show jumping, and dressage. For the last 10 or 12 years, it's been dressage.
And was it dressage that brought you to Michael?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was it about Michael's reputation that made you want to train with him?
Like any teacher, the ability to communicate to a student is what makes, in my view, an exceptional or good teacher. And Michael had a very, very gifted way of communicating a very, very difficult sport and making it understandable so that amateurs, such as myself, would be able to learn and progress. He had a gift for communication and a tremendous empathy for the horses, of course.
Did Michael train your horses too?
No, he did not.
Okay. But he trained you?
Correct.
Okay. In your experience with training with Michael, did you ever witness him riding a horse?
Oh, absolutely, sure. Many times.
In all the times that you witnessed Michael using a horse, riding a horse, did you ever see him do anything harmful to the horse?
No, absolutely not. Michael considers his horses gifts from God. I think that might have been a quote even. He treated them as most horse people do, very special and creatures to be cherished. And he was, if anything, very, very indulgent, but never abusive.
So he was your trainer?
Yeah.
And was he, did you still have a training, did you still have a training relationship with him in the summer of 2019?
Not really. I say that not really because it was intermittent. Normally when you have a trainer, as I do now, it's a consistent relationship where you train with the same person, on a daily basis. With Michael, it was an occasional clinic or an occasional lesson, so I can't say it was really, if I had called up Michael and said I wanted a lesson, I would have had a lesson. But I didn't do it, so there was not a real training relationship at that point.
Over the years that you worked with Michael and knew him, did you develop a friendship with him?
Yes, definitely.
Well, tell me about your friendship with Michael over those years.
It was very soon there after I started taking lessons and training with him. Michael and I, for whatever reasons, had a real empathy with each other. We kind of connected, both mostly through the love of the horses. We're also, to be very candid, somewhat unique in the sport, in the sense that dressage particularly is a sport dominated by women. I know for a fact that 90% of the members of the United States Dressage Federation are women. So men don't usually participate in the sport. So, that was kind of, we draw each other to, because we were kind of, oddballs in the sport. And even though he was a tremendous, successful, international reputation professional, and I was a lousy amateur, that kind of brought us together, and we just liked each other and got along and enjoyed each other's company.
Did you socialize with him?
Oh, yeah.
Did you socialize with him at the farm in Long Valley?
Yes.
Did there ever come a time when he became your client for purposes of legal services?
Yes, there did.
Okay, and when did he first become your client for legal services, if you recall? I'm not asking you to tell us anything about the specifics of the
It's
representation.
over 10 years ago, but I couldn't, off the top, I'd have to go look at my files and see when, the first matter might have been, but it's, I'm sure 10 years ago, at least.
So over that decade, how would you describe your professional relationship as his attorney? Was it intermittent, constant, something else?
Well, the work would be intermittent, because it's not the nature of something that comes up every day. But in my mind, I believed he considered me his attorney. Whenever a legal matter was, anytime the services of an attorney were needed, he always called me. But it could be 3 or 4 months could pass, or 2 weeks could pass, or 6 months could pass. There was no consistency to it. It was when the need arose. But I'd like to think, I certainly did, think that he thought of me as his attorney.
Well, let's move specifically to the time period of July 2019, or actually, let's start it in June through the day of the incident. You're aware that an incident occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
All right, so from June of that year to the date of the incident, did Michael contact you requesting your services?
Yes, he did.
And was it a matter you had previously consulted with him on, or something new?
Something new.
Without revealing any client confidences, what was the subject matter of that engagement?
He called me to tell me that he had a client.
Judge, I'm going to object that it's hearsay.
Let's
I
not
understand
let's
where
not,
we're going.
right, let's not get into the specifics of what was said.
I understand.
So the question would be to describe what the matter was, but without using someone's words.
I understand.
Okay.
Of course I do. The purpose for which he called me was that he had a problem with a particular boarder who he wanted to leave the farm, and the person would not leave. That's as simply as I could put it. It was much more complicated than that, but that's about as simply as I could state it.
Did Michael identify to you that boarder?
By name, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
And who was it?
Lauren Kanarak.
Following the time when Michael called you to engage you on this new matter, did you come to the farm?
Yes.
Do you recall coming to the farm in late July of 2019?
I was at the farm several times, and certainly in late July.
Okay. Do you recall having conversations with Michael about the matter that you were representing him on with respect to Lauren Kanarak?
Yes, I did.
Did any of those conversations occur in public areas such as, well, let's specifically, did any of those conversations take place in the locker area of the barn?
I don't recall any taking place there. There were so many conversations. I know where the vast majority of the conversations I can say with certain took place, but I don't have a specific recollection of anything in the locker area.
Are you personally familiar with the locker area?
Yes, I am.
Let me show you a photograph that was moved in evidence as 800-42. Let me know when you've had a chance to review.
I know it very well.
Does that photograph accurately depict how the locker area looked when you were on the farm in the late July, early August time period of 2019?
Yes, it does.
Is there a bench in that area?
No, and there was no bench there.
Now, you said you could recall where certain conversations took place. Did you say the vast majority?
Correct.
And what's your recollection as to where the vast majority of your conversations with Michael took place?
It was an area that was referred to as the lounge area.
And we might get this picture in there. Where was the lounge area located?
It was the center of the farm, of the building that comprised the stables and the barn.
Was the lounge area the club room?
It was the club room. I can tell you that this staircase here If you walked up this staircase, there was a door here, and if you walked through that door, you entered into the lounge area. The lounge area was when you came to the front, the entrance to the farm. There were double doors, and if you opened the double doors, there was a very, very large room. That was the lounge area. In that area was a kitchen area. In that area was a huge pool table, and in the center of the area was couches and seats. The reason it was there was because there was a glass wall, and which was not unusual for a lot of horse facilities. The idea was that clients and friends could sit in the lounge area, look through the glass, and watch, their kids, their husbands, their mothers, their daughters, watch them ride. So that was pretty obviously the purpose of the lounge area, and that's where, because it was the largest area at the farm and very comfortable, obviously with couches and chairs and a kitchen where people would congregate, and that's where the vast majority of my conversation with Michael took place.
Was Lauren Kanarak ever present in the room when you had conversations of that nature with Michael Barrasson?
No, absolutely not.
Did there come a time in late July or August preceding the incident that you became concerned that your private conversations with Michael Barrasson were somehow being overheard by Lauren Kanarak?
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
What happened that gave you that concern?
Well, unfortunately, this had dragged on, the whole incident, and getting worse and worse almost by the day. And given the very, very, almost, I hate to put, incestuous nature of the horse world, what was going on at the farm became common knowledge within the horse community. So there was a tremendous amount of social media being posted about this stuff. And I believe, I heard it from so many different sources, but I believe I first became aware that she was claiming to have heard conversations. I believe I first became aware of it through postings on social media.
Was Robert Goodwin ever in the room when you were having private conversations with Michael about the matter?
No, I've never met Robert Goodwin, never seen him.
Did you ever see any social media postings with respect to what was going on at the farm?
Oh, God, yes.
Prior to the incident?
Yes.
How did you obtain access to those postings?
Well, I'm not a social media person, but they would be pointed out to me by Michael and Mary Haskins Gray. Justin Harden might have done it. A lot of this, I don't remember specifically the source after, it was such a chaotic time and so much was going on, so I can't necessarily pin down where I might have heard something. I just know I heard it, and these are the likely places that from whom I would have heard it.
With respect,
and then I would go look and see for myself, yeah.
So with respect to the postings that you saw, did you see any that reflected words that you had spoken in private to Michael?
Yes.
How many such postings did you see?
One particularly stands out because I was so stunned. It was really disturbing because it was like, it was like somebody was in the room, like she was in the room. And it was very, the only way she could have known it is somehow by hearing it, because it was such a narrow, specific conversation. It wouldn't have been something that would have been passed along to other people in idle gossip conversation.
So you used the pronoun she in that description. To whom were you referring?
Lauren Kanarak, I'm sorry.
Lauren Kanarak?
Yes.
Did there come a have Lauren, Robert Goodwin, and her horses leave Michael Barrasson's farm?
Yes.
And did you make any arrangements for Lauren Kanarak and her horses to go to another barn?
Yes, I did.
What arrangements did you make?
Understand, I never spoke to Lauren Kanarak, and I had never met Corin, in fact, until actually something that occurred recently. But I never saw her, didn't know her. I only spoke with her father, Jonathan Kanarak. And he and I had...
Well, without getting into the spoken words,
Right.
I'm asking you what arrangements you
Well, I'll
made.
tell you, yeah. he and I spoke about negotiating an arrangement whereby she would voluntarily leave the farm so that other judicial means to have her removed would not be necessary. And that's what we talked about, a negotiation of those terms so that she would leave.
Did you identify a specific farm where she could go?
Yes, I did.
Was there a specific trainer involved with that farm?
Yes, there was.
Was that trainer in some manner equal to the level of training that Michael could offer?
Yeah.
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
I don't think there's a foundation for that question, Judge. It also calls for his opinion, and I'm not sure what the relevance of that opinion would be here.
What's
Try
the,
another question?
yeah, I'm not sure what the relevance of his opinion is. But certainly the arrangements that he made is something you can get into.
Okay. So, that trainer, was it an Olympic level trainer?
Had won a gold medal at the Pan American Games. Equal to an Olympic rider, yes.
And did that trainer have a facility similar to Michael's?
Absolute equal to, and it was approximately 15 to 20 minutes from the Long Valley location where Michael's farm was.
And did that trainer have stalls available for Lauren Kanarak's horses?
Yes.
And did you communicate that information to Jonathan Kanarak?
Yes, I did, and I communicated the individual's name, who was known to both Lauren and her father.
Following the time when you communicated that to Jonathan Kanarak, did you have an understanding as to whether or not there was an agreement that Lauren and her horses were going to leave Michael's farm?
Objection.
Let me see that sidebar, please. The objection sustained. Rephrase your question, counsel.
It's a narrow question.
I don't remember the question at this
Well,
point.
no,
Well,
it's gonna be a new one.
he's,
I understand.
yeah, he's gonna rephrase the question. Go ahead, counsel.
In your negotiations with Jonathan Kanarak, what was your perception of his role in those negotiations?
being a lawyer and having to answer these questions sometimes is a challenge because I'm kind of monitoring myself.
Right, so limited to your perception.
I understand. I
Okay.
understand. His role was to speak on our behalf, to find a place that she found acceptable based upon her own standards, her own requirements, where she therefore would voluntarily leave Michael's farm and go to another location. And his role was to negotiate the terms that would be acceptable to her.
Did she leave the farm?
No, she did not.
Did there come a time after those negotiations occurred that you wrote a letter providing some sort of notice to Lauren Kanarak?
Well, I'm confused because you're leaving out a piece. We negotiated an understanding. I believed, I believe we had an agreement.
Objection, Judge.
Well, it's his understanding.
That was the basis for the last objection that we addressed at sidebar.
I know, but that's, I'll allow that. It's his understanding based on his interaction, so it's sufficient, without anything more. It was his understanding there was an agreement. What's your next question?
I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 700-3. Why don't you take a moment and look at that?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You've reviewed Exhibit 700-3?
Yes, I have.
Without,
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is that a letter you drafted?
Yes, it is.
All right. And was there a date on the letter that you drafted?
August
sir?
5th.
All right. Go ahead, ask your next question.
this particular copy I've shown you is unsigned. Do you agree?
Yes, it is.
Did you cause a signed copy of this letter to be delivered to Lauren Kanarak and John Goodwin?
Absolutely.
Robert Goodwin?
Robert Goodwin.
Robert Goodwin. No, to Jonathan Kanarak and to Lauren Kanarak.
There we go. I misspoke.
Not to Robert Goodwin.
Okay. And did you give Lauren Kanarak notice that she needed to vacate the farm?
That's what was the purpose of the letter, yes.
Remove 700-3 in evidence?
I would object, Judge. There's been testimony about it, it's hearsay.
Let me see it sidebar. The objection's sustained, but questions, counsel, you can ask questions about the content of the letter.
Can you tell me specifically, from your own recollection, the dates when you were having these negotiations with Jonathan Kanarak?
It would have been the Friday preceding this, which I guess would have been on the 2nd, I suppose. Yeah, and the week, at least the week before that, and maybe even the week prior to that. It went on for some time.
So when you say the 2nd, you're referring to August 2nd,
Correct.
2019?
Yes.
And you're saying that it was occurring on that date as well as potentially the week before?
Yeah, I mean, the specific dates, of course, are days I can't remember. But I know we had several conversations, and it took quite a bit of back and forth to get to the point where I thought we were on the Friday preceding this letter.
And do you recall giving Lauren Kanarak a specific date and time by which you were demanding on behalf of Michael Barrasson that she vacate the premises?
Yes, I do.
And what's your recollection?
August 7th, Wednesday, August 7th.
And did you cause this letter to be delivered to Lauren Kanarak? I think I asked that, but if you could just say again.
Yes, I did.
And on what date did you cause it to be delivered to her?
I can't recall. I can only assume it was the date that it was delivered by email. So it would have been delivered the date it's dated, August 5th.
August 5th is the date?
Correct.
Okay. Was Michael aware that you were sending this letter?
Oh, yeah.
Did Michael express to you any concerns about sending this letter?
Yes, he did.
What concerns did he express to you?
He didn't think she would leave. He didn't.
Subsequent to the delivery of that letter, did you proceed with any actions toward legal proceedings against Lauren Kanarak and Rob Goodwin to have them vacate the farm?
Yes, he did, and I have to confess at this point my memory is a little fuzzy. I did what I said I was going to do, and I initiated an eviction proceeding, which, and she was served with a complaint and eviction.
Let me show you what I've marked for identification as document 700-5. Could you review that for yourself?
Now.
There's no question pending. I'm just
Okay.
asking you to review it. Okay?
Yes.
So you've reviewed Exhibit 705, correct?
Yes.
Let me show you what I've marked for identification as Exhibit 704. Please review that and let me know when you're ready.
I know when I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're ready now?
Yes.
Okay. What is Exhibit 704?
This is an affidavit of service of the eviction complaint on Lauren Kanarak.
What is Exhibit 705?
The verified complaint, which was served pursuant as reflected by this affidavit of service.
Do you have a refreshed recollection as to the precise date when the eviction complaint was served on Lauren Kanarak? Yes or no?
Yes,
What's your refreshed recollection?
August 6th.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take these. In connection with spending time with Michael in the time period from July 31st through August 6th, did you notice any changes in his affect?
Well, the changes I noticed preceded those days, but certainly very much so in those days, yes.
Let's move it back further then. Let's take it from July 15th forward. Were you in Michael's presence in July of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you notice changes in his affect as it got closer to the date of the incident?
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely.
What were your observations?
He became very, very upset, almost to the point of being unable to function. As an attorney, and this was my client, it got so bad I couldn't even have a conversation with him. He was in constant fear of so many things, and all he would talk about, he was in a loop. All he would do was talk about the fears that he had. And here I am trying to be a lawyer to a situation and proposing solutions or possible paths to take, and he wouldn't deal with them. It was difficult to have a conversation with him. He was constantly agitated. At times he was incoherent. It got so bad that I threatened to quit. I said, I'm not serving any purpose. You're not listening to me. You're not hearing me. I remember screaming at him. I screaming at him, not him yelling at me, because I was so upset that he was just ignoring me. I don't think I realized at the time, how out of it he was. And it only perhaps was later, as we got really close to the 6th and 7th, when he became just, non-functioning, just completely, couldn't function.
Did the fears relate to Lord Kanarak?
Totally to Lord Kanarak. He was afraid that, aside from her...
Gentlemen to object.
Yeah. Sustained.
Based upon your professional relationship with Michael, did you have an understanding as to his finances?
Oh, yes.
And did you have an understanding as to Michael's net worth?
I had a pretty good idea. I don't think I would say I had a really exact or precise understanding, but I knew he was very, very unique in the horse world.
How is he unique in the horse world?
Again, bearing in mind, and it's hard if you're not part of this community, this is an incestuous community where everybody knows everything. And Michael was unique that he was a successful businessman. I mean, with all due respect to their professional accomplishment, they're Olympic riders who don't have a nickel to their name. They rely on sponsors to support them. Michael had accumulated wealth in the millions, and it's just not done. He was a brilliant businessman.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination?
Mr. Tarshis, do you have any awareness of what Michael Barrasson's monthly expenses were?
No.
Do you know anything about how much it cost him to run the 2 farms that he owned?
No.
Or pay payroll?
No.
Take care of the horses?
No.
Now, you were asked a question by Mr. Dininger about being contacted by Mr. Barrasson with respect to the issue with Ms. Kanarak?
Correct.
Do you remember when you were first contacted about that?
Precisely, no, I don't. The best I could tell you, it was either late June or the early part of July, because my reaction was, when he spoke to me, he had told me of a situation that had been ongoing for months, and my reaction was, why didn't you call me sooner? So I think it was late June or early July.
So you think he contacted you somewhere a month to 6 weeks potentially before the shooting?
Could be, yeah.
Do you have records of that?
No.
You were his lawyer?
Yes.
And this was ongoing, you had been representing him for approximately 10 years or so at that point?
On and off, yes.
And he contacted you about an issue that he had with this boarder and wanted to take action?
Yes.
you weren't aware of any specific written contracts that Mr. Barrasson had with Ms. Kanarak related to their business arrangements?
I was aware there was no written contract.
Now, if I could just ask you, Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Absolutely. Hang on.
Mr. Tarshis, I'm just showing you again what's been marked as 705 and 704. And I'm just trying to get the timeline right.
Sure.
704 is an affidavit of service?
Correct.
And does that indicate that it was served on August 6, 2019 at 11:53 a.m.?
Yes, it does.
Who fills this out?
The person whose signature appears, the person who actually served the document upon Ms. Kanarak.
And is that based on something that you would have given to that person or that company to serve?
I would have given them the complaint to serve, they would have served it, and then as a consequence of them serving it, they generate by themselves this document. It's not a form that I give them and they fill in. They use their form and provide it to me.
Okay, so if it says here that the papers that were served on that day and time was a letter, I guess you're saying that would be wrong.
I don't recall, this complaint was never filed.
Oh, it was never filed?
That's right.
Okay. So you sent a copy of the verified complaint unfiled to Ms. Kanarak?
You'll stop me, I'm sure. Michael did not want to start eviction. He wanted to scare her into leaving. So we suggested serving her with the papers, but not filing them, hoping this alone would give her the impetus to honor the agreement we thought we had.
I understand. So that was going to be my follow-up question, was that Mr. Deininger showed you 705.
Yeah, there's nothing even filled out on this thing.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Right, so, okay, so this is a complaint that's not filed.
Correct.
I understand. And the purpose of sending it was for Michael Barrasson to scare Lauren Kanarak into thinking that he was serious or something to that effect.
Exactly.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you. Can you redirect? I'm sorry. All right, you may step down, Mr. Tarshis. Thank you. All right, do you have another witness, counsel?
Can I check that?
Sure.
Good, we have two.
All right.
Joe Williams.
Joe Williams? Hi, Mr. Williams. Come on up to the witness stand. Just remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible if you would. Raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath.
The juror is asking for
So Phillip, if you could fix that, please, I can't spot them. Thank you.
Sorry.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joseph Williams, Williams.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, have a seat, Mr. Williams. Please keep your voice up nice and loud. That microphone does not project your voice, it only records.
Yes, sir.
If you don't understand a question, please indicate that, and I will have counsel rephrase.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Mr. Williams has been sworn.
Mr. Williams, my name's Chris Deininger. What is your profession currently?
I am a barefoot horse trimmer, and I train horses, young horses, in behavioral issues.
And do you operate that business in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
What town?
I travel.
Okay. And do you also live in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Great. Have you always worked in a horse-related field?
No, sir.
Well, what have you spent your time doing over your career?
I am retired detective sergeant from Township of Berkeley Heights.
So a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Detective?
Sergeant,
Detective sergeant. How many years did you serve in law enforcement?
25 years.
What type of work did you do in law enforcement as a detective sergeant?
We handled everything from a bad check to, every kind of case possibly. Burglaries, car thefts, a little bit of everything.
Drugs?
Yes, sir.
Contraband?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what year it was that you retired from the police force?
Sure do. February 1st of 19.
February 1st, 2019. Now, Mr. Williams, did you ever perform services as a farrier?
I was a farrier, trained as a farrier, but I took my business all barefoot.
Okay. Did you ever, do you know Michael Barrasson?
Yes, sir.
And in what capacity do you know him?
He was a client. He was a client of mine for approximately 5 to 6 months.
Okay, and when was that client relationship with him?
Approximately February of 19 to July or August of 19.
Was Michael aware of your service in law enforcement?
Yes, he was.
Did there come a time in late July of 2019 that Michael called you?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to talk about the words that were spoken in the phone conversation, but what was your understanding as to why he was calling you? Your personal understanding as opposed to what was spoken.
My understanding was he called me in reference to having a problem with a client who also resided on the property, and about the situation between him, her, and her boyfriend.
Did Michael ask you for any advice with respect to the situation?
Yes, he did.
Based upon your communications with Michael in that phone conversation, did you have any concerns about what was happening at the farm?
I don't know if I had concerns. I gave my input on what I would do.
What input did you give him?
I advised him to go down to the municipal court and file a harassment complaint. I told him to go down to they're going to have him fill out a probable cause statement, give him the facts, and see if there's enough justification to, file a charge. And I told him to, retain an attorney, not for that, but as far as him advising me he had problems with evicting her from the property.
Did you communicate to him anything about the risk of someone putting something in the vehicle?
Yes, and in reference to harassment complaint, I also told him, if you're harassing her, she's going to do the same thing. In reference to the vehicle, I advised him, after he advised me, that he thought she was on some sort of narcotic. I told him to keep his vehicles locked in the event that, something could possibly, potentially be placed inside the vehicle to kind of set him up.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Am I being disrespectful if I call you mister now that you're retired?
You can call me whatever you want, sir. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Mr. Williams, so when Michael Barrasson contacted you,
So your advice was that he should go to the municipal court and file a harassment complaint?
Yes, sir.
You also told him, generally walked him through the process he could do to follow that?
Yes, sir.
But you also told him that it was possible that someone who was using drugs may plant drugs in his car?
Potentially being due to the fact that he was having problems with this person, and he, you know, he advised me that he thought, or I don't recall exactly the conversation, but she potentially could be using drugs, so I just told him to keep his vehicles locked.
But you would agree with me that someone who's addicted to drugs
Does well.
doesn't just go give up their drugs and stick it in someone else's car to plant it on them and get them in trouble?
I've never done a drug in my life, I'm not a drug user, but it would make sense.
And fair to say Berkeley Heights, the drug problem there is not at epic proportions the way it is in other places?
We had our fair share, but yes.
Did you have cases where people who were addicted to drugs were planting drugs in other people's cars?
I've had cases where drugs were placed in someone's car.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, this would be a good time to start.
Yep. You want a break now?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take our lunch break a little bit early, 12:15, but we'll resume around 1:15 or 1:20, somewhere around there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. We'll continue. Counsel, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Brian Gibson.
Brian Gibson? Just walk your step. Step up to the desk and swear in.
Mr. Gibson, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Go ahead.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Gibson, Gibson.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Mr. Gibson. Please keep your voice up. That microphone does not project your voice in a courtroom. So if you don't understand a question, just indicate that and I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gibson. Do you live and work in New Jersey?
Yes, I do.
What profession do you engage?
Public insurance adjusting.
What is the field of public insurance adjusting?
Sure. Public adjusting is where the homeowner or business owner has an insurance policy for property that they own. They would hire me to represent them if they had a claim, where an insurance company has either a direct employee of the insurance company as an insurance adjuster, or they use independent insurance adjusters to negotiate claims on their behalf.
Is the field of insurance adjuster a nationwide pursuit?
And some states do not have public adjusters. They just don't exist.
But in New Jersey, they do.
They do, yes.
And do you have any particular education background that's relevant to it?
Well, in New Jersey, you have to have continuing education through online courses.
Right.
Prior to being a public adjuster, I was an electronic engineer, and then I switched fields 11 years after that. So my schooling is more towards the electronic end, and experience more towards public adjusting.
So how many years have you been engaged in the business of being a public insurance adjuster?
This is my 30th year.
30th year?
Yes,
And you operate your own company?
yes,
Gibson and Associates?
yes.
With respect to how your office operates, I'd like to try, if we can, to direct your attention to what your office operated like in January of 2019. At that time frame, so the first 6 months of that year, okay?
And
Go ahead.
to answer your question, my office is located in Toadwood, New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
We have a small office, which we have a secretary who happens to be my wife, and my boss, if you want to look at it that way. I have a business partner, and my son would be also an adjuster with my firm. And I think in 2019, that was the extent of our firm.
Okay. Do you have a sophisticated phone switchboard system in the office?
We have approximately 3 lines coming into the office. 2 of the lines are mostly made for outgoing calls, not to tie up our office lines for new business coming in. We found probably about 10 years ago that it benefits our office if we have that line forwarded to my cell phone, so we didn't miss any incoming calls or wait for an answering service to get back to us. Because we found answering services kind of didn't give us the correct names or correct numbers or addresses. They weren't accurate. So all the phones at that time were forwarded to my cell phone.
May I ask, with respect to the practice of being an insurance adjuster, are sometimes you called upon on an emergent basis?
Yes, but our licenses only allow us to solicit or to obtain new business between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. for the first 24 hours of an incident. But if somebody called us and it was an emergency, as long as we get a call in, we're allowed to go out and take care of that situation.
And there is a license issued to you?
But we're licensed by the State Department of Banking and Insurance.
Is that something as to which you have to submit an application?
You have to submit an application, a form of insurance, continuing education, that your credits were up to date.
So is a person or an operation vetted before they're given that license?
Yes,
And you've been through that vetting process?
yes.
And did you maintain that license in January of 2019?
Oh, yes,
Have you maintained it continuously throughout your operation of your
Yes.
business?
yes.
Let's go to January of 2019. Did you come into contact with Michael Barrasson?
Yes.
And what was it that brought you into contact with him?
I believe I received a phone call from Mr. Barisone that he had a claim in a farmhouse he owned. It was a pipe freeze-up, so it was a pipe that burst due to the thawing of the broken pipe.
Was that pipe that burst in a farmhouse, did you say?
Yes,
And was that the farm where Michael also had his dressage facility?
yes. I understand that the dressage facility was further back than the farmhouse. I never actually ventured back that way.
Okay.
But the farmhouse is where my business took place.
Okay. And so you get the call from Michael, you're advised of some incident. What was the next step you took with respect to this contact?
So either the same day or the following day, I would go down and meet Mr. Barisone and look at what is involved with his claim, see what caused the damages, and find out whose insurance company he was with, and make sure that he had coverage for the claim that he had.
Do you have a specific recollection as to whether Mr. Barrasson was actually in the state of New Jersey when this claim arose, as opposed to being in the state of Florida?
I could tell you that I know the claim took place on January 28th, or at least it was reported on January 28th. And I was retained on, I believe, January 31st. So I can't tell you if he was there before we met. I don't know that.
Can I show you a document?
Sure.
I've marked for identification as 750, that's 50. That's one moment, thank you. Take a moment to review this to yourself, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is my firm's retainer agreement.
And does it indicate that you're being retained in connection with any specific event?
Pipe break.
Where?
411 West Mill Road in Long Valley, New Jersey.
And does this document set forth the terms of your agreement
Yes.
with respect to acting as an insurance adjuster?
Yes.
And do you get compensated?
Yes.
And what does it say your compensation is in connection with this engagement?
7% of the settlement.
Okay. Does this reflect your signature?
Yes.
And do you see another signature?
Yes.
Whose is that?
I know it's Mike Barisone, but I can't read it because it's a signature, but I
Okay.
know that to be because that's who retained me.
And does this confirm the date when it was signed?
January 31st,
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So, do you recall where it was that you met with Michael to have him sign this?
In his kitchen, the first floor kitchen,
At the property?
at the property.
So was there an active water leak at the time you were there?
No, the insurance company brought in a company called Code Blue Restoration.
Uh-huh.
And what they did is set up fans and dehumidifiers to try to dry up the structure. So it wasn't actively leaking at the time that I was there, but I was able to see the pipe that broke, where it was located, and the damage that it caused.
So the efforts of that company, would it be fair to call them a remediation
Yes.
company? And why is it important, if you know,
Mm-hmm.
to have a remediation company come in?
Well, the first part of your insurance policy tells you that you need to protect your property from further damage. So by protecting your property from further damage, you want to bring in a remediation company to dry up the structure, to prevent mold or any additional damage that may be caused if you don't address the wet material.
Mhm. Do they sometimes cut into the walls when they're attempting
Yes.
to dry it out?
Yes,
Do they remove sheetrock?
yes,
Do they remove insulation?
yes.
And if they left that in place and didn't remediate, what sort of additional damage could happen to the property?
Well, the floors would buckle more than they have. You develop a mold situation in the walls. I do believe when I was at the property and Code Blue was there, we did some testing and additional sheetrock or drywall had to be removed because it was wet and it wasn't found at the time when Code Blue was first involved.
Do you recall, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when you were there whether or not the ceilings have been stripped of their sheetrock and insulation?
Some were not. Some I instructed them to move further with the removal of the drywall.
And that was to protect the property?
Yes.
And does that also in some manner hopefully reduce the claim?
Yes.
In connection with this claim, were you ever, did you ever meet with Lauren Kanarak?
No.
Did you ever speak with Lauren Kanarak?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone else from your office ever meet or speak with Lauren Kanarak?
No.
How many claims over the years? All right, I'll change the question. If you were to give a good faith estimate
Right.
as to the number of claims that you've been involved with over the years, can you ballpark it? Would it be dozens, hundreds, thousands? What would it be?
Approximately 200, 250 claims a year. Sometimes if there's storms or floods that come through, that number jumps dramatically.
So during Superstorm Sandy, for example, what
We had-
happened to your office?
We had to stop taking claims. We did so much business that I had to instruct my firm to stop bringing in new business. It wasn't fair to the client or the potential client, and it would just drive us crazy. So we had to stop. We only took so many.
In your past experience, is a damage to a house from a burst pipe something that's unusual?
No.
How common is it in your experience?
In the winter months between January and March, very common. Oh, for a frozen pipe. For a pipe break, it could be very common. Just for the pipe to break by itself or a pinhole or something rubbing against a pipe that causes, but in this case, it was a frozen pipe that when that pipe thawed, that's when the water caused all the damages.
Was there anything unusual about this claim based upon your experience of 30 years in the insurance adjusting business?
No, it was common for this type of claim.
Do you know whether in connection with investigating the claim and representing Michael or his business in connection with it, whether you did anything to verify whether there was propane in the tank on the property?
So my firm directly does not get involved with any investigation part of the claim, but the insurance company did request information that I then asked Mr. Barrasson to provide to us. One was to make sure, and according to this type of claim, you have to make sure that heat is maintained in the house. So they requested information. It was a propane supplied the fuel to heat the home. So they asked for propane bills or documentation to show that there was propane in the tank at the time of the loss.
With respect to this claim and the communications with the insurance company, were the communications really through you representing Michael Barrasson?
So the line of communication would be from the insurance company to me, to Mr. Barrasson, to me, to the insurance company.
And the question about documentation of having propane in the tank, that was one of those conversations?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what I've marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 700-51.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is from the propane company that supplies propane to the farmhouse?
Okay. Is it a delivery receipt?
Yes.
Does it indicate how many gallons of propane were
Counsel,
delivered?
can I see you at the bench, please?
Yes, Your Honor. questions for the witness at this time.
Would you like this back, sir?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Mr. Shellhorn, any cross-examination?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
The defense calls Phillip Dutton.
Phillip Dutton? Just watch your step and step up to the table.
Mr. Dutton, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Listen to the oath, please.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Phillip Dutton, D-U-T-T-O-N.
Thank you.
All right, you may have a seat. Mr. Dutton, please keep your voice up nice and loud.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dutton.
Hi.
You live in Pennsylvania?
That's correct.
What city?
The postal address is West Grove.
How long have you lived there?
About 30 years.
What do you do for a living?
What's called a 3-day event rider or equestrian. So that's what I do full time. So I compete throughout the world and teach and train horses.
So you said a 3-day event rider. That's what, am I using the term correctly?
Correct, yes.
Could you give the jury a description as to what that means?
A 3-day event is like a triathlon for horses. So there's 3 sports involved in our sport, and you can only use the same horse for all 3 sports, and the score is tallied over the 3 sports. So the 3 sports are dressage, and then cross country and show jumping.
How long have you been engaged in the pursuit of that sport?
Well, I've ridden all my life. I mean, you start off in pony club and that kind of thing. But when I moved to this country from Australia, I took it up full time. So
How long ago was that?
that was in 1990, I believe.
You do it competitively.
Correct.
Have you ever gone to the Olympics?
I've been to 7 Olympics.
7?
Yes.
And what country were you representing in the 7 Olympics you attended?
I represented Australia in Atlanta, Sydney, and Athens, and then I changed my nationality to the US and represented US in China, and then London, and then Rio, and just recently in Tokyo.
Have you medaled?
Yes, I was fortunate to be team gold medalist for Australia twice and an individual medal for America in Rio de Janeiro.
What year was Rio? 2016?
2016, yes.
Do you know Michael Barrasson?
Yes, I do.
How did you come into contact with him?
Michael is a great dressage rider and teacher, and so I sought him out to get help for one of the disciplines, which is dressage, leading out or around the London Olympics time, and for a year or 2 after that. So,
And if you could, for the jury's sake, when were the London Olympics?
that was 2012.
So is it fair to say that as of now you've known Michael for maybe 10 years?
That's correct.
And you worked with him as a trainer?
Well, he was my coach for dressage, yes. So I was the student in that situation.
Okay, so when you say coach, he's coaching you as a rider as opposed to something else?
He's coaching me as a rider, but also the horse, and giving his professional wisdom on how to improve the horse and get them to go better and train better and muscle better and just overall improve the performance.
Are those things impactful on your performance in competition?
Absolutely, yes, and that's why competition's tough, so you're just trying to get a little bit better all the time. So you seek out help and advice all the time.
Did Michael do that for you?
Yeah, Michael's a great coach.
So you know him as a coach.
Mhm.
Did he fit any other categories in your life, such as friend, mentor, anything else?
Yeah, I'd call him a friend, and we didn't hang out that much. Certainly on trips like going overseas, you usually only got one horse, and that doesn't take long. So you hang out there and talk and get to know one another. So I've got to know him pretty well. Even when he wasn't coaching, I'd still see him and around some of the competitions. Even when he wasn't coaching me, I could still see him at some of the competitions and talk and that kind of stuff.
Have you ever seen him ride a horse?
Yes.
With any frequency, have you seen him do that?
Yeah, I'd say I saw him ride. He's ridden some of mine to get a feel for what they were like. So.
In your experience, have you ever seen Michael do anything inappropriate with a horse?
No, never. At this level, the horses, unless they're treated well, they're not going to go well. So, it's in no one's interest to be mean or bad to a horse or do anything wrong to them.
So have you ever seen him mistreat a horse?
Never.
Have you ever seen him become violent toward another person?
No, I have not.
Have you, through your interactions with him, developed a belief as to his truthfulness?
All of my interactions, Michael was extremely honest and somebody that I could trust, yes.
Did you find him to be honorable or dishonorable in business?
I think he's very honorable. I mean, I didn't have much of a business dealing. It was just more I paid him for my lessons and that kind of thing. But he was very honest and straightforward and trustworthy.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Dutton, good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm sorry to ask you this question, but did you have a fire on one of your farms in May of 2011?
Yes.
And a number of horses perished in that fire?
That's correct.
6 to be exact?
Mm-hmm.
So is it fair to say that a barn fire can be very dangerous for the horses?
Absolutely.
And you weren't at Mr. Barrasson's farm on August 7th, 2019?
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
No redirect, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Just watch your step.
Your Honor, the defense calls Mike McGrain.
Mike McGrain? Just watch your step and then step up to the mic for the recording.
Hi, please remain standing. Left hand on the Bible, please raise your right hand. Listen to the oath, please.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Michael McGrain, McGrain.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat, Mr. McGrain. Please keep your voice up in response to questions.
Okay.
If you don't understand something that's being asked, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. McGrain, where do you reside?
I live in Westminster, Maryland.
Do you have any involvement in the horse industry?
Yes, I train and work and teach.
Do you have a particular area of training that you engage in for horses?
Dressage, mainly.
Dressage, okay. Do you know Michael Barrasson?
Yes.
How did you come to know him?
I met him a few years back and went and ended up working for him as a young horse rider.
Do Do you recall what year it was that you met him?
I think 2018.
We're just asking for your best recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you work at Mr. Barrasson's farm in Florida?
Yes.
Did you work at Mr. Barrasson's farm in Long Valley, New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working for Mr. Barrasson in 2019?
Yes.
Were you present on his farm commencing in June of 2019?
Yes.
And that's the Long Valley farm?
Yeah.
Did you have living accommodations there?
I did. I lived in like an RV trailer.
Comfortable arrangement?
Yeah, I liked it.
Were there any particular geographic formations in the area where your trailer was?
You mean like the landscape or
Yeah.
something? Yeah, I mean, I was kind of a little elevated above the barn, up like a little slope, a couple trees around me, some big rocks.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Okay. So, your job working for Michael was to train horses?
Yeah, I did the young horses, you know.
Okay.
I rode mostly young horses.
Okay. And did you have any other work that you performed for him while you were working for him?
Yeah, if I wasn't riding horses, I'd do some construction work for a little side money or something like that.
What experience do you have in construction?
I worked with my dad for about 8 or 10 years doing home remodeling and kind of high-end work and stuff like that.
Did any of the work that you were involved with involve tiling?
Yes.
What level of experience do you have in tiling?
After I spent a few years with my dad, I ended up kind of being like the main tile guy. I did all the laying and stuff and, you know, all the laying stuff out and everything like that.
So how many years do you have of experience working with tile?
8 or 10.
8 or 10.
Yeah.
And let me ask, it might sound like a naive question, but is that something that takes some skill to do properly?
Yeah, I've seen some pretty bad jobs from people.
Okay? And so, as a person with 7 or 8 years of experience, did you have enough experience to do a good job as opposed to a problematic one?
I think so, yeah.
During 2019, do you recall what month it was that you arrived at the farm in Long Valley?
In 2019?
Yes.
Do you mean when I started working there or when I got back from Florida?
When you got back from Florida would be the way I would put it.
March or April, maybe? I think April, probably.
Okay. And were you involved in any of the work being done to the farmhouse in 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you involved at all in the tile work in the basement of that farmhouse?
Yeah, I laid the tile in there.
You did.
Yes.
Did you work with anyone in laying that tile?
I worked with Rob.
Rob who?
Rob Goodwin.
Okay. And to your knowledge, which of you, Mr. Goodwin or you, had greater experience in tile work?
I think in tile work I did.
Which of you took the lead role on that job?
I pretty much did, yeah.
And is there a percentage that you'd split it up as to how much percentage you were responsible for as opposed to Mr. Goodwin?
I was responsible for probably 70–80% of it.
Okay. When you were involved with working with Mr. Goodwin, did he show up on time for work?
Rarely.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
It's a little far afield, counsel.
Did the atmosphere at the farm change in July of 2019?
Yeah.
Did you observe changes in the atmosphere? Experience them yourself?
Yeah.
what did you observe and experience that were changes in the atmosphere at the farm at that time?
Things got real tense. It was not as much fun working there anymore. Seems like everybody was walking on eggshells, just, really nervous, stuff like that.
Were you walking on eggshells?
I started locking my doors. Yeah, I was nervous.
Was that an unusual thing for you to do?
Yeah.
From your perspective, was there a cause for that change?
Yeah.
What was it?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
Relevance, Judge. Speculation calls for a lay opinion.
See you at the bench. Objection sustained.
You mentioned a rock near the trailer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you have any particular use for a rock near the trailer in your personal life at the farm?
I don't know why I was there, but I like to sit out there and smoke a cigarette.
Did there come a time in late July, early August, when you were sitting out there one evening with Justin Harden?
Yeah.
Did anything unusual happen while you and Justin were sitting out on the rock?
Yes.
What happened?
You could see like a figure kind of going around in front of windows and stuff, kind of sneaking around dressed all in black. And then at one point I heard some rustling in the brush behind me. And I was kind of like, what's that, and said something to Justin, and all of a sudden, Lauren Kanarak comes out of the brush, and no shoes on, dressed all in black with like a black veil kind of thing, I guess to cover her face or something.
Was it light or dark out when this was happening?
It was dark.
That same evening, do you know whether Michael was out trying to walk the yard, so to speak?
He was on the front porch of the barn, I think.
What was Lauren wearing specifically?
It's, I guess it was just all black. I'm not sure. It might have been like a little dress or spandex on and stuff, no shoes. I couldn't tell you exactly what she was wearing.
Based on the circumstances you observed that night, did that clothing impact the visibility of Lauren Kanarak?
Yeah.
What did it do to the visibility of Lauren Kanarak?
Well, it was all black. The only time that you could see her is either when she was standing right in front of me or when she was sneaking by a window that had light shining through, and you see a little shadow figure go shooting by the light.
When you talk about windows with light shining through, what building were those windows in?
The garage.
Was she wearing shoes?
No.
Did you have a chance to observe Michael in the days, well, let me ask this first. Were you on the farm when the incident occurred on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. In the days preceding that, did you interact at all with Michael?
Every single day.
Okay. And did you notice any changes in Michael in those days preceding the incident?
Yeah, I mean, usually he's pretty fun to be around, telling jokes. He's always involved with riding the horses or coaching us and stuff. We weren't getting any he wasn't coaching us as much anymore. He wasn't riding the horses that he was supposed to. Just seemed like depressed and out of it and stuff.
Did there come a time when Michael did anything unusual toward you that you felt was out of character?
He broke down to me a couple times. At one point, he gave me a hug, which I thought was weird, because we never actually really hugged each other.
So was that the first and only time he's hugged you?
Yeah.
Were you ever, to your knowledge, mentioned in social media posted by Lauren Kanarak?
Yeah.
Did you see postings that you interpreted to be about you?
Counsel.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McGrain, you were at the farm on August 7th, 2019?
Yes.
You didn't see what happened or what transpired by the farmhouse? You were interviewed that night at approximately 7:12?
I was interviewed that night. I'm not sure what time.
And was that that was when you were still at the property?
Yeah.
There were two detectives there?
Yeah.
And they asked you a series of questions about what you knew about what had been going on at the property recently?
Uh-huh.
They asked you questions about Michael Barrasson?
Yeah.
They asked you questions about Warren Kanarak?
Yeah, I believe so.
And you didn't say anything to them the day of the shooting about this story about Lauren Kanarak jumping out of the bushes wearing all black, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not. Yeah, I don't know.
Judge, I wasn't provided a transcript for this witness to show him, so I can either ask for the jury to be excused and play the video for him.
Let me see at the bench.
Mr. McGrain, were you shown a copy of that statement before you came into courtroom today?
No.
Mr. Bowinkis or Mr. Deininger never showed you a copy of what you said to refresh your memory before you testified?
No.
And again, Judge, for the record, it's a video that the prosecutor.
All right, I get it. He wasn't shown a video. He is your witness.
And you don't recall whether or not you ever said that during your interview the day that Lauren Kanarak got shot?
It was 2.5 years ago. I can't recall what I was asked or said.
Do you remember when the police officers asked you questions about 911 calls in the week or so leading up to the shooting?
Not specifically. I don't remember.
Do you remember that there were 911 calls in
Yes.
the week leading to the shooting?
Yeah.
And were you at the property when some of those calls were made?
Yes.
Were you at the property when some of the occasions when the police came?
Yes.
And did you think that it was overreacting to call the police?
I didn't know the severity of the situation at the time, so I wasn't sure.
But on August 7th, when you met with the police after the shooting and gave them a statement, you told them that it was probably a little overreacting by calling the police.
I may have said that. I'm not sure how I said it.
Do you also recall telling the police that nobody knew where the disagreement had come from?
Yeah, I don't even know how the whole thing got started in the first place.
No further questions, Judge.
All right. Any follow-up, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Just watch your step.
So Deininger, any other witnesses this afternoon?
Your Honor, we've run out of witnesses for today.
All right. I understand you have some witnesses tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, good news and bad news. The defense has no more witnesses for this afternoon. They do have witnesses tomorrow. Good news is you get to go home early today. So we'll pick it up tomorrow morning, same time. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. And do you know how many witnesses you have for tomorrow?
We have 2 lay witnesses, correct then?
I believe from 2 lay witnesses and 2 experts. I hope to get on
All right.
tomorrow, Judge, and
All
then we're done.
All right, and so we'll have a full day tomorrow with 2 lay witnesses and 2 experts. So we'll hear that testimony hopefully tomorrow, and then if the state has any rebuttal. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I said this at the beginning, you probably forgot, but on Thursday morning, we're not going to sit Thursday morning. One of the attorneys has a prior engagement. The attorney tried to get it changed, but was unable to do so. And it's a prior legal engagement with a higher court, so I don't have any authority to make them change it. So I have to abide by what the higher court schedules. They take priority over this trial, unfortunately. So the attorney's going to be tied up. So 1:30 we expect to be able to start. So just keep that in mind. We'll start tomorrow all day, hopefully get all those witnesses done. If the state has any rebuttal testimony, we'll start that on Thursday afternoon. All right? Please don't discuss the case. You're free to go. Enjoy your afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Mr. Shellhorn, with regard to that last witness,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you want